I mean, this is no-brainer shit. The life moves at a steady pace normally, and then every now and again something catastrophic happens. So my point is that if they think that digging something up is going to change a paradigm that they're expected to maintain, they're not going to fucking dig it up. This the kind of opposition that they face to overturning paradigms, like the Clovis first thing. Like when Flint was on here and he tried to play that one down. Not only were careers ruined from that, but one thing you'll almost never hear mentioned was Clovis first was version 2 of this. Before that, it was the Folsom Point and Folsom first. And many careers were ruined by people that posited that the Americans were people before the Folsom culture. Then they found the Clovis. This isn't that's not some novel time of, there was a scientific debate in the future. No. This is standard operating procedure, the way it's always fucking been done. So it's not a surprising thing that they're going to try to hide stuff. It's not a surprising thing.
It's just human ego and control. Humans always want to be the experts, and they always want to be the one in control of the information. If the information that's new that's coming out counters their control and their expertise, they reject it. It's just ego. It's just ego.
It's just kind of messed up because I know scientists are people, but
it should all be what we know now. This is what we know now. And when new information comes along, okay, now we're thinking about it in a different way. But the problem is they publish books.
Yeah.
And these books, they've definitively given dates. We now know, we are sure that this. What are your thoughts on the dating of the pyramids, and how do they date the pyramids? They date the pyramids based on whatever carbon that they could find in between the stones. Obviously, you can't carbon date stones themselves. Right. So you have to use some sort of organic material that's around them.
The best dating is that the Great Pyramid is somewhere around 4,500 years ago. That was from organic material taken between casing stones. You could argue that the casing stones were restored because even the Romans restored parts of the Sphinx.
Right.
I don't know how old the Great Pyramid is, but if it was constructed 4,500 years ago, then our understanding of what was happening on the Giza Plateau at that time is vastly different than the people that were, if you look at any academic textbook, they show people wearing loincloths and barefoot constructing the pyramid. And that's.
Well, even hieroglyphs that depict moving statues. It's a bunch of guys with sandals pulling a sled.
So that depiction, which should be in my Ramesseum folder, Jamie, that one statue was only 58 metric tons.
Only?
Well, compared to the other
it's so crazy.
This is what they say. They say, well, they pulled it on a sledge, which is like a wooden sled. And I'm like, the Ramesseum statue is 15 times heavier than that other one. Yeah, this is what they always show. They always show these naked dudes. Look at them, bare ass. So, just to be clear, I know, because they want to show them that they're dumb and primitive, and that
dude with the whip, he's got some clothes on. Look at
right.
That guy with good clothes on. But that's kind of been debunked, right? Because one of the things that they found is that when they studied the remains that were in the enclosures where the people that worked in the pyramid lived, they're not slaves.
No, they were fed well.
Yeah, they're fed well, and it seems like they were highly skilled.
They had to have been. I mean, I've tried to suss. To me, what's the most impressive thing about it is the accuracy of the pyramid to itself. It's like a perfect square with like 2 inches of deviation at 756 feet per side. That's like a tiny fraction of a percentage off. You're like machine age standards on a fucking gigantic fucking scale.
Right.
The only thing I could come up with was, and I have to test it, but like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does that will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and you have to have everything exactly set up. But if you shot at a target and filled up a perfect circle, you could know its exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And again, it's 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not
This is taking into account the casings that were removed.
Oh no, it's not. This is just the base perimeter of the pyramid. Right. There's an outline around the pyramid where it was kind of scratched into the ground for where they think that they used water and stuff to do leveling, and they generally measure around that to my understanding.
In any deviation, even in millimeters, with each rock, as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid, any deviation on either side will fuck the whole thing up.
Oh man,
It is just virtually perfect. Not quite perfect, but it is virtually
Well,
perfect.
it's made by humans,
Yeah.
allegedly,
Yeah.
or Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Do the Anunnaki one is the most fun because I love those stories. I love Sitchin stuff. It's just because it's the funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to mine gold.
I was telling Jim actually last night that archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually Chris Hitchens' stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. I mean, come on, that's all around the entire world.
The gold one is the weird one because you can't make any tools. The most prized metal,
And it works really good for when you get to a higher level of tech. All of a sudden, it's pretty useful, isn't it?
It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere,
Like Chris talks about. Yeah.
right? Which is what Bill Gates wants to do today. That fucking kook. Hey, fuckface. There's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the Earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global vote as whether or not just one asshole created Windows 95 gets to do this?
He didn't create anything. He bought the that IBM guy. I love putting that on blast because it's like I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time in the line
is shorted Tesla.
Yeah, and it makes him look like a massive douche. I think that he was once the king, the richest man on earth, and now he's not. And I think that that's all he wants. I think
Again, power, human power, and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep. It's like, bro, he should be living in an all-inclusive, riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
You
worth
should be living
hundreds.
like Jeff Bezos.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
I'm happy.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
At least be happy.
That's what I want out of my billionaires. I want Jeff Bezos. When people criticize him, I'm like, what are you talking about? He's living the dream. All of a sudden, he's jacked. He has a super hot girlfriend. He's got a giant yacht. Fuck yeah.
Flying into space
I
with
can't-
fucking Captain Kirk. Come
Big
on.
old dick rocket.
I can't figure out why he runs the Washington Post because he owns the Washington
Well,
Post.
let's change the shit out of it.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a big to do about it because he released this article that we have to, or release a story rather. He wrote a piece essentially saying that you have to take divergent viewpoints. You have to take a bunch of different perspectives. We can't just be this left-wing echo chamber, and it's the reason why the business is faltering. I mean, all of these. I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. Where people go, you guys are out of touch. You're not accurate. You're delusional. And people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact check, it's so dumb when you see I tweeted it. The fact check is so dumb because the fact check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck? Look at this. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and that are so they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading. It was just
the
like
New
fuck.
York fucking Times.
Well, PewDiePie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so I didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about.
Oh, sorry.
But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Well,
What else could it be? Ideology, left-wing rejection of RFK Jr. because now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking rabbit hole with these people. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Or what are you doing?
They're all
What
in.
are you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something, because if you look at like
That
these
is
cereals,
crazy statement.
That what it's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country is mind-blowing. Honestly, to think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this. Our father's generation, that's what they considered Ted Koppel. That's fucking.
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism. But they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. They're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual, objective, real journalists that are independent. Because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day, and then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own grave. So you guys are. It's so crazy.
they're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalist? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how? I'm misquoting him, but
X is mainstream media now. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
the views speak for itself.
Like, it's not just the views; it's the community notes. The fact that you can actually fact check these things. And then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. And you're finding specifically the when they found the Twitter files.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
Jesus Christ, the FBI is involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on? This is so crazy. The FBI is involved in deciding what's real and what's not on Twitter.
Unreal.
And you're banning journalists. You're banning scientists. Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But
It's
it's
terrible.
caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
But it's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good. Because ultimately, we learn who you can and can't trust. And you say, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings.
Yeah.
Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi that used to be part of the system and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these type of people. Michael Schellenberger, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth because there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's course corrected, and no proof of it, and all these other people, whether it's Tucker Carlson and many, many others. Like, yep.
Yeah. There is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article. That is so crazy.
They updated it.
Oh, congratulations!
They changed the wording a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Well, it's because it got like 10 million views on X. And it's dead.
It got blasted.
It got blasted everywhere.
Well, that's it.
Why do they have
to double fix it?
So this is what they said here. Why do we have people in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients? You go to Canada, it's 2 or 3, Mr. Kennedy asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They are roughly the same. But they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else they have.
They found a factual error that they could pull out instead of addressing
Right.
what he was saying. He
To
left
me,
a loose
what he's
thread
saying
and
is that
grabbed it.
all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's so delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye when you can get it from beets or whatever.
Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40.
Well, I mean, if you're
this for a while.
left alone to your own devices and you're a child like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl after a bowl of that cereal until you ready to explode.
Yeah.
You know, I would eat fucking Captain Crunch until I had a fucking heart attack.
Oh my God.
Lucky Charms eating just the marshmallows.
Oh yeah, like,
That's
where's this is bullshit. Where's the marshmallows?
Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my god. Yeah, you get cracked out to Bullwinkle,
Oh, yeah.
and you're just eating bowls
That
of
sugar high.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true.
Mhm.
The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame
Cholesterol.
on saturated fat.
Yep.
That's why everybody started using margarine and all this
Oh my
stupid shit. It's
Oh, eat some plastic.
I love those.
all so crazy. You know, if you leave margarine out, rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll
Yeah.
see ants that will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like, what
Something to
is
be
that?
said for that.
It's glued.
It's
fucking-
chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. We're like, whoa, this is great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the Milgram experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering here in the States why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in a lab coat, and they had an actor pretend he was getting shocked as a test subject, but the real test subject was the guy they had, quote unquote, shocking that guy.
Right.
And the guy in the lab coat, he keeps telling him to do it more, and they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing the guy.
Yeah.
And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worshiping of authority is really, they're gutting it right now, and they're paying the price.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things. And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel's so popular and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
But yeah, that's a really easy way to get them out. Like I said, they're losing authority right now. Like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the Adpocalypse, that was, I think it was actually Wall Street, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking threw him under the bus. They misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up Adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, yeah, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
There's a lot of
realizing that there's actually a lot of money in advertising there. Like, what are you fucking retarded?
Right.
Everybody's there. It's the number one platform on earth for people discussing things.
It's the
Why
future.
would you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleed that guy out. But you fuck with the wrong dude. He's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, I don't care. I'm buying it. He bought it for twice what it's worth. They're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. He overpaid substantially to try to save free speech.
Yeah, this was what you would call an activist investment.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to like lose billions on something. But when you got 200 billion, you're like, let's fucking ship this apple cart.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. That guy's
Oh
a
my
hero.
God.
He's a living hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on earth. That's his goal, right? It's
Yeah, well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people are going to Blue Sky. If you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only 2 genders," you're banned instantly.
yes, I saw this
People
recently.
are doing it. Yeah, Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter.
There's
I
all
saw
kinds
the
of people
Stephen King dorks.
Yep.
They're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the real world that were laughing at, I forget the name of the site that Rumble, when everybody was like, oh, the right wingers are going to Rumble, ha 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 ha. Now it's like, oh, you guys are running the Blue Sky, ha 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 ha. It's fucking funny how that works.
Yeah,
Shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full on free speech with whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want. Anything I want within, as long as it's not violence or something like
Right,
that.
of course.
Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything that's legal, which is what it's supposed to be. And that's what the First Amendment is supposed to apply to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all of this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes a more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshitting. So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. And you can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices. And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO moving weapons closer and closer? What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid. And I think that's what's even weirder, is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, over $2.5 million. Not $1 million. They thought now it's $2.5 million.
I said that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem at least slightly elevated for an event. But the weird one is like the Beyonce one. If it's true, and there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true, but we tried to look, Jamie, look, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true, because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars they paid to people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Like you went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where is it
That's
now?
part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything, is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative. And that there's a lot of money being moved around. And this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less and we were way healthier. So this is not good, folks. This is not good. you know. And other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity to a certain extent, what of these drugs are doing good? Like if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are rising. All this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction. And yet there's tremendous resistance for change.
But it's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, I mean, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. That's like, that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. She came in with the platform. I'm not Trump. So, okay, well, that's great. But I mean, once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal and put everybody that's not white into camps and shit, once they've got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also, if you're going to develop like a real platform, you're going to run for president, I would think you would want to do that over a long period of time and be very careful about, treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, this, and this? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you would want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this. Right? And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically, he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russia collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, taking Liz Cheney and executing her. It's all lies. You guys just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time. And you're doing it like it's 1995 and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to the podcast, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have. And people are listening to that and they know you're full of shit. And then your numbers decline even further. Yeah. So I think they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? Because I was seeing this on Twitter, and it's hard to know whether or not they're, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's fact. But they were saying CNN's ratings are down like 80% of their peak, and MSNBC is some other preposterous number. And they're both on the chopping block. CNN is talking about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive for you to use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelter and they brought him back,
which was so odd. I'm like, I'm looking forward to
talent is missing. They don't have any talent.
They're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again. Those networks, literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it is propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable for you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
It's funny, you can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, a Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What does it say? Does it say? The Rachel Maddow Show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audience since her show has seen since April of 2022. And she's the number one show, which is like, if I only got 1 million people watching the show, I'd be so pissed. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah,
and so that's a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports, right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is a really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, a week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president, for the overall week of November 6th through 13th, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000 and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika, how do you say her name, crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
Real quick, let me just, what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder had the number 1 and number 2 ratings on all of election night. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
What did Dan Bongino have?
he had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Steven Crowder. They were very comparable. They were the number 1 and number 2 platforms in the world.
Really?
Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less.
Crazy.
It was way less.
Yes, that can't be.
Look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring to.
It must be, because didn't it just say Fox News had the highest ratings? They were 5.5
This doesn't
million.
have anything to do with online. That's even saying like the 25 to 54-year-olds supposed to be people. They're like, why would I turn on TV? I'll just watch online.
So they dominated it online.
Okay.
So either way, this is what happened after 2016 as well. Like or after 2020, right? Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operated on fear. It's like, oh, the orange man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just to get angry.
Oh,
I hate him.
I tune in to Joy Reid just to laugh. I always get blazed. Watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, when she's talking about, like, she spent an entire part of her program comparing Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally from the 1930s. Well, they were all the same. I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must make me a Nazi as well. Obviously, when I had a show there, I was telling jokes.
And you just had a guy on your show talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 10,000 years ago.
Great Hancock on.
Nazi stuff. And then I defended the Martyr Maid guy.
Let me just say this.
That's more Nazi.
I encourage everyone to go watch. Ancient Apocalypse. Graham Hancock's on Netflix. Think for yourself. But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoops had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook. Yeah, I am not kidding. This was a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
disgusting.
He's talking about. The archaeology is a canary in the coal mine, and you can tell that because you see this horrible thing happened before 9/11, and therefore they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened right around the same time as the 2012 thing. It's just like, dude, Alex Jones could give you some advice here, buddy. You're going to get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on.
It's all the same thing they do. It's the same thing Flint Dibble did, connecting it to white supremacy. They did Atlantis to white. Atlantis.
It's really a funny.
So we're up 3 hours plus in, but I would feel like we cheated the world.
All right.
About the reshot structure.
Let's do it.
I love your video, and I saw. I don't understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details, and your video that details the reshot structure, which is an incredibly strange structure. If it's not man-made, and if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis? He said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual? Because if you look at the ancient Greek translation, Poseidon is Lord of the Earth, which I think is a modern-day translation for Mother Nature. And humans have built on natural geological features throughout history. If you're to bring up the Rishon structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and it's a collapse volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described as being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the name of the very first king in Mauritania, which is where the Rothschild structure is located.
It's also covered in salt.
Yes, the water was there. Yeah. And here's another similarity is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be named the Atlas Mountains. Well, there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that say the Tamanrasset River
It is absolutely possible. All you have to do is just have different devices, period.
Structure or directly north of it.
I'm not a bot. I'm a real person, period. I share my camera, and I would share my camera in this Discord as well, but I'm not allowed.
Nothing can be concluded either way, but it is something that should not be ignored.
It's certainly really fascinating.
It is.
And just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and the mountains are in the same spot. The opening is in the same spot. I mean,
look at that.
Whatever that is, it's really weird. Yeah, if you imagine a city like Atlantis and the way it was described, that seems a very likely spot for it.
And let me tell you something else. A lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly be Atlantis. But what they leave out is the fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island. The other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the Rothschild structure. So it's like, a lot of people, and needless to say this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied, I'm not debunking the Azores. However, the fact that it's in the Sahara Desert, and that the Egyptians are the ones that came up with the tale of Atlantis. That's where it originates from, which is
yes, you can, period.
Well, Egypt's in the Sahara, and so is the Rothschild structure.
All you need to do is log in with your account on a different device, period. You can be in multiple VCs in different servers, period. You can't be in multiple VCs in the same server, though.
Civilization. It's not unreasonable to say that it was in the Sahara. And let me say something else. If Atlantis was described as being busy all day and all night and was a trading post, does it make sense to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert at the time? Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken from all over, well, and where are all these people coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes far more sense that it would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating?
None. Zero. It is. There's gold in the Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it. It's also
place to go.
It's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is. I know people who have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It's hard to get to. You can have all the money in the world, you can still die out there.
Yeah, it's not just hard to get to, but and not just inhospitable. It's kind of war-torn, kind of fucked up, kind of the kind of place where you're not gonna have to worry about somebody playing a tourist trick on you. They're just gonna take your shit.
Right.
So it's a lot of reasons that people aren't going there. But it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical. So I do believe in a lost civilization. I do, and I think it's really interesting to find so many of those same things in the same area. It's just uncanny. Like Jim says, it's just a stone's throw away from Egypt. Really, it would make sense that they would have that package, a big chunk of those things, so accurately recorded. You can find it right there. It definitely is one of the things I harp about on my channel all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need. real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee-jerk and say, well, you attach it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be. We don't need guys to say it's definitely Atlantis. We just don't see here. We need boots on the ground.
And how the fuck could Atlantis, if it really is in Africa, be connected to white supremacy?
Oh, fuck. Let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast.
It's so stupid.
The Africans are black. Hello.
I'm
saying the Atlanteans are black.
Supremacy.
This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He said, he's like, not only did Atlantis exist, but they were black.
African supremacy.
Well, they did. The way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the 1800s that wrote about Atlantis that had some old school views on race. Now, they believed in the biblical races, and the way that the biblical races came to be is something you'll never find John Hoops or Fort Dib will tell you because it guts their entire argument.
Frankly, it's not your
Before the
business,
flood,
period. I have a
there was
lot of
one race of
devices.
humans. After the flood, Noah gets drunk. Three of his sons are around. One of them picks on him, laughs at him. Two others
I'm an app
don't.
developer.
The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. The Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one, the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race for up until about 150 years ago. So 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was an Aryan Atlantis because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah. It was one of Noah's sons. So before the flood, there was no Aryans. So anytime somebody says that this old school shit believes in everything, all you have to do is scratch the surface and you'll find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Flint Dibble making sure to name drop that fucker anytime he gets a chance. But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are something most people don't know much about.
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color of their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. So go get fucked with your racist argument. I don't care. Like, anyway.
I don't get fucked. Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. It's really been fun. Jimmy, always great to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Thank you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. D-Dunking, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer if you guys want to catch
I
me
do,
there.
period. I am live on 8 different YouTube accounts at this very moment, period. I don't want to self-promote, though, but just in case you're aware, I do use all of the accounts.
We have some upcoming tour dates there in Colorado Springs in Colorado, Casper, Wyoming, Billings, Montana, and Missoula, Montana, Bloomington, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Champaign, Illinois, over there, the Fighting Illini area, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Lafayette, Louisiana, and Beaumont, Texas. You can get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. And thank you so much for the support. I want to start by saying that we have reached out to Governor Walz and Vice President Harris, and we would love to have them in studio as
Yo, what's up, Frosty?
Today's guest is Senator.
I got kicked out of the karaoke Discord, dog. I'll tell you in a second, just a moment.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
The big question for me.
The answer is they didn't like that I streamed all the time, and that's just kind of how I do. Welcome, V boy. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I was in there for 48 hours, and they started to complain. And even though I was following all the rules of the server and all the terms of service of Discord, there was a moderator who was like, "Yep, I'm like, so I'm not doing anything wrong in the server. I'm literally singing karaoke, which is what you're supposed to do. And he's just like, yep, well, you're not going to stream it here all the time. I don't care what you think. And then he kicked me out. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, but I really liked it in there. But whatever. There's not too much I can do about it. How's your day going? Yeah, well, they didn't like me, and that was very clear. They would put all kinds of rules on me that I had to follow that nobody else had to follow. And even though I did follow them, they just eventually were like, yep, you're done. And I was like, okay, well, that could have been. Well, it was more the fact they just didn't like me in there 24/7 is what they said. Maybe I attracted different people, but they should want that as a server. They should want more people. That's a good idea. I should try to find another karaoke if they make one. I'm gonna take a look and see if there are any others, perhaps, that I can find and join, and hopefully they don't get mad at me. Yeah, they could be. They could have shared them. I'm not sure. People are just mean. I find that people are very, very mean.
Is why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist, the author, who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed 12,000 years ago. Deep of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barhart. Let me say that Ed represents. I love talking to him on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history.
Excellent. We'll see you in a bit, my man.
It's really exciting to explore these mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced ice age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. When you're at the highest possible level, describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture. And by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Mula Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, and I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also not obvious. But it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living. Then they start using agriculture. Then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more.
As I've gotten older, I've actually grown to appreciate the art of what the Stooges were about even more than I did as a kid. In some ways, I look at them like it's human animation, because every frame of their films has motion of some kind, and a lot of it had to be just invented by them on the fly. We'll talk about this, the unique nature of that act, which was incredibly physical and possibly lethal. When we come back, we've got Kearns with us for another segment. The book is called Ship. It's in bookstores now. It's on Amazon, of course. You can find it. It's really a great read if you're a Stooge fan. It's must-have. Right now, we must have headlines from that 24-hour KFI newsroom news machine. Thanks, Tina.
Coming up at the top of the hour, a man killed by police after calling them during a mental health breakdown. Southland weather brought to you by Ready Mode. Tonight, partly cloudy, lows in the 30s to 50s. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius?
success.
Out to Anaheim Hills with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
The following is a conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arvid Newmark, and Aman Sanger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers, where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to like half rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot over the next 10 years, as what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're fun.
No, worse.
And so a big part of being fun is like being fast a lot of the time. Fast is fun.
Yeah, fast is yeah. Yeah, that's a great t-shirt.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gate-capped by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you, I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, all of us were sort of Vim users. Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim in the terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. And then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction. But I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of GitHub Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can sort of iterate and fix it. Yeah. I mean, the other underrated part of the Copilot for me sort of was just the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like their predictable progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss.
Yes.
But just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers and a set of ideas that say bigger might be better for model size and data size in the realm of machine learning.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
That is another topic of conversation.
Yes.
But anyway,
So around that time, for some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. And it started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems one could build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta of Copilot, like that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we had been working on a couple of different projects. We had been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with an Jupyter notebook, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming that was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in an IMO Gold winner. And there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Amon, I remember it's sort of June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is International Math Olympiad.
IMO is International Math Olympiad, and so Arvid and I are both also competing in it. So it was sort of personal, and and I remember thinking, Matt, this is not gonna happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like Amon is just delusional. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results on DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what
it was technically not.
Technically incorrect, but 1 point away. Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. And before, Amon had this like scaling laws t-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had the charts and the formulas on it.
Oh, so you felt the AGI, or you felt the scaling?
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super deeply and critically about scaling laws. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all you need, or why isn't scaling going to result in massive gains in progress? And I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on like which domains you're gonna see progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing was correct. And so this means something like RL work really, really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very secret with that and still not technically have API.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it's unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for your VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so you decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot, of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in you will have big productivity gains, but also radical in how like the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plugin to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of, with Copilot, a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and it unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, every chance you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor, a year from now, will need to make the Cursor of today look obsolete. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and pushing on this in the way that a startup can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of capabilities for programmers. It's that as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there are going to be more models of different types, like longer context and maybe faster. There's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase, it's like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, you really felt this frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the Copilot experience had not changed. It's like, man, these guys, the ceiling is getting higher. Why are they not making new things? They should be making new things. They should be where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was I'm sure it was selling well. I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things, and it was just there's no new thing for a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot, Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in one, where we're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model give better answers. So like how you build up the prompt or like how do you find the context, and for cursor tab, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience end to end. Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit like just 18 feet away. So
often the same person.
Yeah, often in the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, cursor to write cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. The, autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight and summarize at a high level, I'd say that there are two things that cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. That was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good autocomplete, was predicting what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters after your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change you're going to make, next diff, next place you're going to jump to. And the second thing cursor is pretty good at right now too, is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code.
Still can.
And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast for having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this, like ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places, I think, came from a feeling of, once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Win user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. But like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know it. And then so the idea was, you just press tab, it will go 18 lines down, and then show you the next edit, and you would press tab. So it's just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs can you make someone press. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entropy. So once you've sort of expressed your intent and the edit is, there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits should just be like tabbed away.
Yeah,
that was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable. A lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing of existing code. And so, the gold cursor tabs lets eliminate all of the low entropy actions you take inside of the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump you forward in time, skip you forward.
Well, what's the intuition and what's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so intuitive, I think, to people.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details. on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly pre-filled token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts where they see a lot of the code, and they're not actually generating that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model, meaning an MOE model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance at longer context. The other being a variant of speculative decoding that we kind of built out called speculative edits. These are two, I think, important pieces of what makes it quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE, mixture of experts, the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what else can you say about how to make it? Does caching play a role?
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many input tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you had to rerun the model on all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to kill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used for the model such that they're caching aware. And then you need to reuse the KV cache across requests just so that you're spending less work, less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to like sort of linger on that. Generate code, like fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then like
hopefully jump to different files also. So if you make an edit in one file and maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. It should go to the second file also.
Yeah. And then the full generalization is like next action prediction. Like sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote too. Or sometimes you actually need to, like, it suggests something, but you it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept the next conclusion.
So providing the human the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just got to know a guy named PrimeJam who I believe has an you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did that.
We did that.
So can that also the model do that? Like feed you and like and provide you with caffeine? Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the magic moment would be if programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually predictable from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good. And you can just sort of tap through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, I should mention that one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So like the model suggests with the red and the green of like, here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply and it shows you the diff and you can accept the diff. So maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast to read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. But in autocomplete, it's sort of you're really like your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many. The humans can't look in too many different places.
So you're talking about on the interface side, like
on the interface side. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if it tries to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the side.
You maybe show it if we pull it up on version.com. This is what we're talking about.
So that box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like these blue crossed out lines. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. That was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue, and the blue would to highlight that the AI had a suggestion for you. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that it would just hint that the AI had a suggestion, and if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see original code.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know to hold the option button.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac user, but I got it.
It was.
It's a button, I guess. You people have.
It's it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not the final version of it.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements in this area. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files or something, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to review these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important pieces. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this with a little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like review this part of the diff. And ideas in that vein, I think, are exciting.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yep.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more.
Yeah.
Like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do it. Like currently, diff algorithms they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's about this thing or this thing, and so you want a model to do this.
So I think the general question is like that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more and more hard. Like it's just you need to help them out. It's sort of I don't want to spend all my time reviewing code.
Can you say a little more across multiple files, diff?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to solve it, right? With code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across multiple files. But like Arvid said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. Code review kind of sucks. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually have that many bugs. I think you can significantly improve that review experience using language models. For example, using the kinds of tricks that Art had described, that maybe pointing you towards the regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer such that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you can be a lot more creative and push the boundary into what's possible.
And just one idea there is, I think, ordering matters. Generally, when you review a PR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like, you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want a model to guide you through the thing.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language? Is the goal versus actual?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all of programming will be natural language. And the reason for that is, if I'm programming with Swala, and Swala is like a computer and keyboard, and sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Swala, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swala what I want him to do, and so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him. I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but drag things around or draw things. And like maybe eventually we will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever, and you can like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program most of the time.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the AGI with this. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
For Cursor really works via this ensemble of custom models that we train alongside, the frontier models that are fantastic at the reasoning intent things. And so Cursor Task, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize this model to be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals on the task we set it at. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that it requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches of like the change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard. The frontier models, frontier training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what change will be, and we train a model to then apply that change to the file.
And we should say that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly for humans trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of apply elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you could kind of try to do some deterministic matching and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible product experience. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like so one other thing that Apply lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens with the most intelligent model. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your small models go and implement it because it's a much easier task to this very, very sketched out code. But I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do the planning, and then maybe the implementation details can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and the DeFi model.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
I feel like fast is always an interesting aspect.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah. So one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe it'd be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that, most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why, if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is, instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens that your larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior of what the existing code would look like. And that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back out. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and then eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth original code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will die after enough tokens match the original code to restart speculating in some code. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of normal editing code. So just like, it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting all the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done. So there's no big loading screen. So maybe that is part of the advantage.
So the human can start reading before the thing is done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like, not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and there's like speculation for databases, and speculation all over the place.
So let me ask the ridiculous question of which LLM is better at coding? GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories being speed, ability to edit code, ability to process blocks of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. Our one's really interesting, and it's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems or leak code problems, you can do quite well on them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other frontier models, one qualm I have is it feels like they're not necessarily I'm not saying they train in benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. So if you try it in all these benchmarks and things that are in the distribution of the benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like, you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything with coding.
What, another ridiculous question, is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like a really, really hard, it's like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. Where real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and then do this other thing for me, and then make this UI element, and then it's just like a lot of things are sort of context dependent. you really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of this. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They lean a lot on specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
I think that this benchmark question is both complicated by what Swallow just mentioned, and then also to what Amon was getting into is that even if you like, there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in a benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because it's like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct or what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem. And that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, SweetBench, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a SweetBench problem, you actually don't give them the context of a code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on the literal issues or pull requests. So, and maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job at decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular Python repositories. Like SymPy is one example. I don't think they're going to handicap their models on SymPy and all these popular Python repositories in order to get true evaluation scores in these benchmarks. So I think that given the dearths in benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with the things and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two of the foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. And internally we also qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like private evals that we have.
It's like the vibe.
The vibe, yeah, the vibe. The vibe benchmark, human benchmark.
Yeah,
the humans. You pull in the humans to do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online forums and Reddit and X. Just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions because they'll say things like, "I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber" or something. They'll say, "I feel like," and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting take I heard where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic's GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories, so I'm glad you spoke to this conspiracy
Well,
theory.
it's not like conspiracy theory as much as they're humans are humans, and there's these details, and you're doing like these crazy amount of flops, and chips are messy, and you can just have bugs. Like bugs are, it's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt in all of this? We mentioned that benchmarks have really, structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of the humans? You wrote a blog post called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it depends.
Cheers, I got a pick. It's a party. Dr. Dagger Switch. The first one. They just came out with the Switch 2. Honestly, it seems much better. Much. This lasted me like 3 years so far. Produces, yeah, you mean your balls? Yeah, your balls and.
Most Americans say they will try to avoid talking politics at their Thanksgiving dinner. This year, 71% of people tell CBS News in a new poll that they will try to avoid talking about President-elect Donald Trump's win over Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump voters are more likely to broach the subject, with 38% saying they talk about politics opposed to just 28% of Harris voters. 3 Americans detained in China are being released in a prisoner exchange. Politico reports the Americans are being traded for unidentified Chinese citizens that were in U.S. custody. The release of the 3 comes after years of negotiations between the White House and China. It's also after American David Lynn was released back in September in a similar swap meeting. That's politics. I'm Brad Steve. So holidays come rapidly around the corner. One where Americans say they're still carrying weight, but on the last holiday season, what happens starts helping out. Survey commissioned by Pharma Life about healthy holiday habits. 40% say they use holidays as an excuse to go to pharmacy. They don't have enough of a regular sleep at a higher risk of a heart attack or stroke. Instead of choosing to wake up at different times, they have a 26% chance of increased risk of a heart-related issue. Research and theology. Now the increased risk is still there. Those who get their regular hours of sleep every night. Researchers hypothesize that irregular sleep patterns might disrupt the way the body manages blood sugar, cholesterol, and other foods. TV star Wendy Williams is reportedly taking a tough commercial dementia battle. How come you didn't know Scary? All the good stuff Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. Sammy Hagar's returning to Sin City. Former Van Halen singer will be bringing his festival World's Tours to be live at the Park Gym starting in April. 9 shows announced so far. His backing band, Joseph Bennion, our faces Michael Anthony, drummer Kenny Aronoff, all part of Hagar's festival World's Band for the summer tour. This marks Hagar's return to Vegas every 14 shows there in 2021 and 22. Ticket info is online at redflyer.com. That's what's poppin'. Gibbs with our radio. It's craft turkey days on this turkey. Buffalo with turkey or apple sliced straight turkey, whatever you want. It's Jukebox Day and Avocado Day and National Deal Week. With Black Friday and Cyber Monday and sales will be everywhere. And that your daily calendar from KFI AM 640. Thanksgiving is one of the most beloved holidays. It's a time of togetherness, ideally with family and loved ones, but a lot of people call together Thanksgiving with friends, especially in Southern California. We have a lot of people who moved here from somewhere else. That was my case many years ago. I'm talking about probably 28 years ago. Approximately 28 years ago, and I lived in Burbank, a house in Burbank, and I was by myself and getting a little blue after
midnight of house. Long full night of soaking up the sauce. And by the way, this is one of the many reasons why I don't soak up the sauce and haven't for over 20 years. But I was coming from whatever the hell it was I was doing on a Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. And the sun was coming up, and it was, I'm going to guess, maybe 6:15 on Thanksgiving morning when I was struck by the notion that it would be a good thing to cook a Thanksgiving turkey. That my house should have the holy aroma of a roasting turkey in the oven. Now, there were a couple of problems with this. One, I didn't have a turkey. And two, I don't know how to cook a turkey. In fact, I never cooked essentially anything more than a microwave hot pocket in my life. But that didn't stop it because this being the first world, stores are open 24/7, even on that early Thanksgiving morning. So come back whatever gin, mill, and after hour event I invented. I stopped in at the Vaughn's, and those people live in New Orleans, one of the area going well, it's the one on Pat's Head. And I pulled into that Vaughn's about 6:15 in the morning, Thanksgiving morning. And the only person in the store was a bunch of box boys, sort of recovering, panting from the Wednesday shopping which was on in every grocery store in America. And they're restocking the shelves with gin and cranberry sauce for the last minute, sour cream, whatever it is they got. And I come in stumbling around. We've got a shopping cart with a fabulous money, and I'm pushing it around the store. And I got it not because I need it for groceries. I need it to stand up, basically. I'm using a like walking chair, like it's walking. And I get down to the meat department where there is still a selection of turkeys. But again, if you buy a turkey on Thanksgiving morning, they've been picked pretty clean. The one I chose is about 18 pounds and frozen solid. Now these things, as I subsequently found out, need some time to thaw. I was cooking it that day. So I drive home, which I shouldn't have been doing. And now I'm confronted with the problem. I've got a turkey, but I have no idea how to cook it, and I have no pots and pans. I think I had a dish. I would go home at that time and do the dish. So I remember that in the garage I had a paint tray that I would use for the roller when you put a paint tray. And I figured, well, I vaguely remember my mother throwing some water in a big pan and sticking the burn in there. So that's what I did. I put some water in the paint tray. And I pulled the plastic wrap off of the turkey, but I didn't take any of the stuff out of it, or that metal thing that keeps the feet knit together. I threw it in the oven and I spin the wheel to about 400, figuring that that'll defrost it. And I figure I'll roll the bird, and then I'll figure out how to cook it. This is pre-internet, so I figured I'll look up Thanksgiving in the Britannica and see if it tells you how to cook a turkey. I go into the bed and I figure I'll lie down just for a minute. I take off one shoe and I put my head down on the pillow and I woke up 11 hours later. 11 hours later, when the smoke alarms went off and the entire house is filled with a thick cloud of acrid, nostril burning, tear-reducing, billowing clouds of burning burn. One shoe on and one shoe in my hand. I had not moved. My feet were on the floor. My back was on the bed with one shoe in my hand. And it looks like it's midnight, but it's about 4 in the afternoon because the house is filled with black smoke. So I wake up. The house is on fire. The turkey has been in the oven at 400 degrees since 6:30 this morning. It's now 40. I stumble into the kitchen, weaving cloud of smoke out of my way as I enter towards the kitchen. I grab a towel or a cat or something and I use it to open the other door. And more just clouds just come rushing up like a tire fire. Just the whole house is filled with smoke. And I grab the paint tray out of the oven and there is a tiny smoldering cinder, looked like a charcoal briquette, but was once an 18-pound turkey. like it was maybe a Cornish beef and stuff at best. And now I've got this burning bird in this paint tray, and I kicked the kitchen door open and snubbed out again. I got one shoe on. And I'm still in the clothes I was wearing yesterday. And I snubbed. So I stumbled out of the house to the curb, and I've got this bird still smoking like we've elected a new pope. And as I get to the curb, all the cans, the trash cans are down in the street. And as I approach the end of the block, my neighbors have their guests arrive for Thanksgiving dinner, and they're all Norman Rockwell in their nice, Thanksgiving clothes, and they're getting out of the cars, and they're closing the doors, and they're kissing Aunt Helen on the cheek. And out comes the neighbor with one shoe on, one shoe off, stumbling towards the garbage can with a burning lump of bird in a paint tray. And I lift the lid up and drop the whole thing, and I do the big cartoon hand clap, like you've got dusting off your hands. And then I turn to my audience and say, Happy Thanksgiving, and walk back. Because the thing is, when you're busted, when you're totally busted, and you're living this debauched life, the only thing you can do is just soldier through it. You got to power right through it to the end. And that's what I did. I go back in the house and close the door. And went right back to bed and woke up the next day. And that, my friends, is the reason why no more booze, no more cooking, not of turkeys, not of anything other than maybe a hot pocket occasion. There are some Thanksgivings that are more memorable than others, and that's one that I have endeavored to forget over many, many months. It is time to check that 24-hour KFI newsroom, and here is Regina D'Agostino.
Coming up after the break with Mark Roderick, he's taking over the KFI newsroom. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy some yummy food and there's lovely people in your lives. Hopefully they're better chefs. I'll be back here on Friday until then from the Southern California International Traffic Center. Let's go places. Check in and crash 210 Guinness. This was all the things outside right now to Susan Avenue. Cargo Lane is blocked up. Big delays out of Arcadia getting away from Santa Anita Avenue. Also, let's head out to the 101 southbound in Studio City just before Coldwater Canyon. A wreck landed in the left lane. That's setting the drive back. About the 405. And let's check out LAX heading into the, what did you call it? The horseshoe from Howlers was like that. I forget. Anyway, Doug, I forget what you said, but I loved it the other day. That driving along westbound Century Boulevard, the 405 is actually in decent shape right now, heading into LAX. For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
iHeartRadio is your #1 app for the holidays. Just open the app and search Holiday and start listening to Coast 103.5, plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio, free. Never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers and turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Apple TV Plus's sci-fi drama Silo repeats at number 10. Sci-fi horror entry From on MGM Plus slips 5 places tonight. Hulu's historical dramas Say Nothing pulls down 2 spots to number 8. And the crime drama Cross debuts at number 7 on Prime Video. Netflix's Ted Danson comedy A Man on the Inside premieres in at number 6. Political thriller The Diplomat on Netflix dips 2 places to 5th, while sci-fi drama Dune Prophecy on Max starts its run at 4th. Last week's top entry, Paramount Plus's spy thriller Special Ops Lioness steps down to 3rd. Action drama The Day of the Jackal takes over in the runner-up spot for Peacock. And in Paramount Plus's drama, Landman, it jumps up 6 positions to become your #1 stream show.
And who's your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio?
The journey of the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. The Journey of History podcast. It can also be deadly. Join me, Caroline Slaughter, on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances of death, the fallen Westerners who are taking the spiritual Stray on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you get your podcasts.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also lets you build your own personalized stations based around your favorite artists. We call it Artist Radio. Let us build you a customized station just for you. The least amount of work. Step 1, type in the name of your favorite artist. Step 2, tap play. Take it from there and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other similar artists. It's really that easy. Best of all, our Artist Radio is presented with a commercial interruption. Unlike Pandora, where your personal stations are constantly being interrupted. If you want to take matters into your own hands, you can skip songs you don't like, and you can dump up and down songs to help personalize the station to your exact taste. And best of all, Artist Radio is free. Check it out today. Search your favorite artists, hit play, and we'll take it from there. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting. All in
Tuesday night, the 3rd, add some down-home spirit to the season with the 15th annual CMA Country Christmas. Special holiday performances from the biggest names in country at 8, 10 Central on ABC. On Wednesday the 4th, it's another long-time holiday tradition as the annual Christmas at Rockefeller Center marks its 92nd year. Hosted again by Kelly Clarkson with plenty of musical acts, special guests, and the lighting of the landmark Christmas tree at 8, 7 Central on NBC. Thursday the 5th, it's a year of holiday classics. Elf and Grinch Stole Christmas, followed by Frosty the Snowman. The duo starts at 8, 7 Central on NBC. Friday night the 6th, the man who played Machete hits the small screen as the host of Mysteries Unearthed with Danny Trejo, debuting at 10, 9 Central on History Channel. On Sunday the 8th, British historian Lucy Worsley takes into the complex relationship between the famous detective and his creator in the docuseries Holmes vs. Doyle at 8, 7 Central on most media stations. I'm Lex Owen, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
taking them on their first real roller coaster. Just tall enough. Yes. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, and podcasts, all from iHeartRadio, and all you have to do is ask Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick a podcast where you left off, listening in the app on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your phone and office, through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
These are no longer inexpensive. You have to pay some $50,000. The luxury ones, just regular EVs that nobody wants. I'm sorry, you talk about the still ugly. You know what? The new one is pretty sick. The LED up a Turn your babies up. I'm sorry, live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Nectar in for Conway coming up at 7 o'clock. It's Bo Kelly coming in. Hey, my headphones are dead for some reason. I don't know what happened. I'm not hearing anything in my headphones. A little unnerving. Made it when I can't even chew. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the turkey story, which I just told, of course, spawned other people over the years telling me turkey disasters, Thanksgiving disasters. And one year I did the turkey story on the air, and I got a call from a guy. It's one of the most LA stories I ever heard. He worked at a muffler shop, and one of the guys in the muffler shop was having a hard time. He'd been divorced. He was having all kinds of problems. So Thanksgiving was coming, and they decided to throw the guy a bone, and they pitched a couple of bucks, and they bought him a turkey. And they gave him the turkey to take home to his family. And he's walking because he lost his driver's license because of a DUI or something. He's walking to the curb to the corner to get on a bus. And he gets caught in a gang crossfire, drive-by shooting between gang members on both sides of the street. Bullets are pinging everywhere. He dives to the pavement. He's trying to tunnel through the sidewalk to protect himself. Rounds are ricocheting all around him. People are screaming. The cops come around. Everybody's scrambling now. So the cops come. Miraculously, this guy is not hit. But, the cops are taking witnesses. He's obviously clearly an eyewitness to this event. And they're putting all those numbers down where all the shell casings are all over the street and the sidewalk. And finally, after it seemed like an hour of being questioned by the cops, they finally said, okay, you can go now. And he starts to grab for the frozen turkey that his co-workers had given him to go to catch the bus. He said, no, you can't take the turkey. That's evidence. The turkey took 3 hits. And that is evidence. So you know that your love is exhausted. That your luck is completely exhausted when your co-workers give you a turkey because of the hard times you've been having, and you get caught in a gang crossfire and they impound your turkey as evidence. Hey, Scott, does anybody know why the headphones stopped working on this thing? Because I can't hear anything else. I don't know what happened, but for some reason my headphones went down. You can hear me. Anyway, so hopefully you'll be able to gather with your family with less trauma than I experienced all those years ago. Or, I don't know what's going on. Is it coming out okay? Everything okay? Well, that's real. Anyway, headphones are nothing. All the black stuff is starting to flake off under my ears anyway. I come back and I look like I got lovers. So anyway, hopefully you'll be able to have less trauma associated with your Thanksgiving feast than I had in the past, or that particular guy had at that time. By the way, the Butterball hotline is still out there since 1981. You don't realize
That's fucking Butterball hotline.
the Butterball talk line,
Biggest
helpline that they've had since 81.
Sex time, bro.
Could have avoided that whole incident with the pan turkey. Of course, calling the day of Thanksgiving, frozen turkey, they're not going to be able to help you a lot. But there are 50 volunteers that start up in November through Christmas Day. And they are holiday veterans, all kinds of levels of experience, 20 plus years of cooking big holiday meals. And they're volunteers. I don't know if they work for the Butterball company or how they recruit these people, but they man the phones and they get phone calls from people all over the country who have various cooking questions and cooking crises going on in their lives. And they're there with helpful hints on how to avoid ruining the Thanksgiving meal. Now, we know there's always pizza, right? I mean, if you wreck it, there's always pizza. And after you get over the initial disappointment, you can always chunk down a couple slices of pie, and you get on with your life. All right, I want to thank everybody here at KFI for letting me swat for the last 3 days from Mr. Kyle, including Mr. Kyle. We'll be back on Monday. Richie, great job. Richie Quintero, our producer, and Steph, great job on the board. We appreciate it so much. And also Regina D'Agostino did a wonderful job with the news. She'll be back on Monday as well, I guess. And right now, don't forget Kelly coming up. And of course, he's working them holidays. So we'll be here until 10 o'clock tonight. Then we go into UFO land, right? Nothing wrong with that. I'll be back at some point. I think filling in for John next time. I'll be here on one of those Mondays between sometime in December. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it. Let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and here's Mark. KFI Thanksgiving survival tip. Spend time with family and loved ones. Mayday. Quietly slip out to go sit in the car and listen to the KFI fill-in hosts. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles. Live everywhere on the air. TG and I, no app. I'm Mark Rock live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County has approved $7 million to support its transgender expansive and intersex wellness and equity initiative. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath says attacks on TGI people have risen. The funding is necessary. This motion is about putting action to our words that we not only stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ plus community, but give them the tools and resources needed to thrive. The $7 million will support transgender-led organizations that provide support for housing, health, and other issues. Horvath says the initiative comes in response to transgender people saying there's a gap in services available to them. LA County has reaffirmed its commitment to protecting and supporting illegal immigrants. The Board of Supervisors approved the creation of a task force to monitor federal immigration policies. Supervisor Melissa Lee says she's concerned about President-elect Trump's threats of mass deportation. Because we know that in the coming months, it's going to become more difficult for many of our friends and our neighbors. The motion also reasserts the county's position that it won't cooperate with federal immigration enforcement efforts without a warrant, and it may create a new Department of Immigration Affairs. KFI News. A Mexican citizen wanted for child sex crimes in California has been caught and sneaked back into the U.S. Officials say that Dallas had escaped to Mexico and was spotted in a car last week crossing into South Texas. Director Juliana Flores says he was immediately taken into custody. Dallas is expected to face charges in Salinas in Central California. President-elect Trump's pick for border czar says the incoming administration will get tough on illegal immigration. National Guard troops yesterday during a visit to South Texas. He says the Trump administration will take the Texas model of border security and expand it across the country. He also says elected officials who have vowed to block mass deportations risk federal charges of harboring criminals. Harvey Weinstein sued New York City for medical treatment he received while in custody at Rikers Island, claiming it's been substandard and that conditions are unhygienic. Notice a claim accused the facility of failing to manage the 72-year-old former Hollywood mogul's medical conditions, including leukemia and diabetes. It also claimed the facility had freezing conditions and very few clean clothes. Weinstein's attorney saying he spotted blood on his client's prison guard the last time he visited him. Weinstein's been in custody since the New York Court of Appeals overturned his 2020 rape conviction. He's seeking $5 million in damages. And TikTok is limiting beauty filters for users under 18 in response to concerns from parents and teens. TikTok's beauty filter restrictions won't affect obvious filters like animal ears, but will target those that changing users' features. Skin tone, lips, or hair options may be harder to spot. The decision follows a study commissioned by TikTok from the children's online safety group Internet Matters. The research finds a clear distinction between the impacts of these two types of filters. Regina D'Agostino, KFI News. Parents and teens expressed worries about how appearance changing filters may mislead viewers and affect self-esteem. GDP analytics for Zoom meetings. Sunlight weather from KFI clouds, fog, and blizzard on 50. Sunny Thanksgiving tomorrow with highs around 70 and down on the 50s in the AV. Low 70s on Friday and mid 70s this weekend. It is 60 right now in Seal Beach, 60 in Fullerton, 63 in Mountain View, 60 in Northridge. The KFI financial report read today. Cranberry, Dow closed down 138, S&P 500 down 23, NASDAQ down 115, and Eastbound just after Arden Avenue, it's taken away the carpool lane, so it's causing a heavy ride from about Huntington Drive. If you're heading south that way, 110 southbound just after Slauson. The crash there has the right lane blocked off, so you're seeing some slow issue come away from the 10. And if you're on the 5 heading southbound, it's southbound and right down to 170. The crash there is taking up the left lane. You see Caltrans. So I'm seeing you try to clean that up. It's a busy ride from 118. Long Beach on the 405 southbound right at Cherry. There's a crash that has the carpool lane blocked. It's a stop and go ride from about the 710. As you make your way eastbound up the 91 at Anaheim Hills, seeing brake lights as you approach Imperial Highway. It's a slow crawl there until you make your way past Gypsum Canyon Road. The 15 northbound as you make your way through Montana, some heavy traffic builds up. Approaching Summit Avenue, it's going to be a pretty slow crawl from there into the Cajon Pass. Clears up right around the 138. But Southern California's open airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno. Free radio app is your home for the holidays. Click on the holiday banner or search holiday and start listening to Coast 103.5. Stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Your family friends coming together for a new sitcom. Netflix's most plus teaser of the half-hour dark comedy movie Dave on its YouTube channel, starring these girlfriend friends and everybody loves Reagan's Ray Romano. Mary plays a married couple of empty nesters whose attempts to sell their longtime home turn into a nightmare. The Cartolini, O.T. Fontaine, Abby Jacobson, Dennis Leary, Bobby Luke, Tiana Pierce, and also star Linda Lavin and Anna Maria Horsford among the many guest stars. No 15 is set to drop its first season December 12th on Netflix. All right, it's what's poppin' in camps on our radio. Thanksgiving touches. Eat, nap, watch football, play slots and blackjack. Oh, if there was only a place I could do everything. Now, top reasons. Black Friday shopping at our ballroom. Get top brands including JBL and Chupin. Get cash, credit, or points. Due to 10 p.m. the 29th. And the number one reason we're going country. It's Morocco's Grand Old New Year's Eve. Giddy up and get your tickets now, y'all. Morocco, good times. Dear Juan, I am through with you. I've had enough of all your high maintenance demands. I'm done with your loud weekly haircuts and your required luxury sprinkler system. And most of all, I absolutely refuse to keep up with your never-ending water habit. So I'm leaving you for now as a low-maintenance, water-saving, California-friendly garden. Goodbye, grass. It's just not doing it for you. You deserve better. Choose California-friendly plants to help save. For more information, visit bewaterwise.com. Free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays. Open the app and click on the holiday banner or search holiday and start listening to Coast 103.5. Stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFRD 640.
You in your corner, you know this.
Hey, stop. Run for the cop. I kill my op.
Just this right here. I know what they do. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, then into Custom, and then paste the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live as well. TikTok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you stream title, then pull down and click on, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL. Pick a stream category, producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of center.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page.
It's an analogy that doesn't make me like just time alone in the big chair. Just as I'm thinking about now, I'm the big chair. Have all the kids in another room. Go play. Go play. But Big Daddy wants to sit in the chair and watch the film. Because he haven't played prior to him checking my head. That's all I'm That's all he asked about. What I want for Christmas. I want that for my Thanksgiving thing. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly how I want to kick off the holiday season. Me, football, and triangle. That's it. I'm a very simple man. But for some reason, the other species
pick a stream category and pick
no matter what you watch or when. This is how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. On your desktop, have your settings and head over to Live Center. On the top left, you're going to hit My Room. Then go ahead and look at the bottom. It's going to say Server URL Stream Key. However, there's nothing to copy or paste. It's just link. In order to get that stream key and URL, you have to go live. Go ahead and go live and put your information for your stream. Click Save and go live. Now TikTok will create the stream key for you. Since you can see it's full, you can copy and paste it into your Streamlabs or OBS. I also have a full video on how to multi-stream. This is how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. Can anyone tell me how to multi-stream? You can log into Streamlabs if you're wondering how to get the stream key, this is what I have for you. I reached out to Streamlabs and this is what we got. Not everybody has access to a stream key yet, but they're still working on it with TikTok, and unfortunately, let's set up a custom streaming destination and stream new wishes of YouTube stream. Here's how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. It is super simple. Log into TikTok from your computer, go on over to Lightroom, and if you don't see these options right here in your TikTok Live Center on a PC, you do not have a stream key. If you do have access to this, this is how you find your stream key. It is super simple. Here's how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. It is super simple. Log into TikTok from your computer, go on over to Lightroom, and if you don't see these options right here in your TikTok Live Center on a PC, you do not have a stream key. If you do have access to this, this is how you find your stream key. You're going to go ahead and go live right here. Set up the TikTok live to match your Twitch live. For example, this is a Valorant stream, so I'm going to do Valorant. And for the title, I do Twitch/Calaverita, so they also know that I'm also streaming on Twitch. And then I go ahead, save, and go live. As soon as you go live, it generates your server URL and your stream key. Copy these and input them into either OBS or into Streamlabs.
Where I don't have to feel like I have to stay on every single little political thing or socio-cultural little thing, and I get some semblance of an actual holiday. Because for the most part, we are going to be working, and you have to deal with the news right in front of you, so that's why we're a little bit more choosy. But yes, we know what's going on in the world. And I can speak extemporaneously about all the Trump cabinet hits and what they mean and the political implications of what that's going to mean to the next Congress. I can do all that every single day. This is kind of what it sounds like. Just depressed. Is that another touchdown? Okay, so the other team, when that's losing badly, that's your team. Yes, that's my team. Oh no, they could have scored again. I didn't know you could score this many points. All I want to do is just watch the game, and they won't let you watch the game. All I want for Christmas is my 2 NFL football games on Thanksgiving. Is everyone ready for Thanksgiving? Not just the food, not all the fun that we talk about and we romanticize the whole experience of the Thanksgiving dinner. I'm talking about the real what happens at Thanksgiving that nobody wants to talk about. The relatives who don't want to see. The kids who are always out of control and their parents never know how to put their acts because they don't know what that is. They got timed out as opposed to an actual. No one wants to talk about the reality of Thanksgiving. Are you ready for Thanksgiving? I know I am. And I was talking to Paul, and I don't think he is either. He's going to tell his own story if he wants to. Can we tell what Trump has been? Do you think it's an accident that I became a childless middle-aged bachelor? Do you think it's an accident I got married at 46 and said, oh, shit, no accidents. That was by choice, not by chance. Okay. And all of a sudden, she, someone's right behind you, they kick your heels together. That's okay. I lost my balance. I wasn't intending. This fell right on a ring. Something like that. Something. This later with Bill Kelly's going to be one of the jokes tonight. Okay, my name is Corey Live, everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. I'll tell you about the 4 or 5 and whether it's really more traffic out there than what we all would like to believe. Mark one with the news. Steel concedes the 45th. That's your bottom of the hour. So weather right now. Clouds and fog tonight. Lows are around 50. Sunny Thanksgiving tomorrow. Highs around 70. And the AP will be around 50. This report brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org. Treatment for opioid or stimulant addiction. And from the Southern California Toyota dealer.
large traffic signals for places there is a crash on the 101 Studio City. Southbound just before Coldwater Canyon. It's taking up the left lane, so you're seeing some slowing back and flip out Woodland Avenue. Southbound side of the 5 out of Commerce. See some stop and go traffic going up just after Atlantic. It's a busy ride until you reach the 605. And things looking up for you now on the 210 eastbound into 607 just after Friday Avenue. The crash has been cleared out of the carpool lane. Your drive's still pretty busy as it's recovering from about Lexington Drive. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. Free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays. Put in the app and click on the holiday bin or search holiday and start listening to Coast 103.5. The station's playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Apple TV Plus's sci-fi drama Silo repeats at number 10. Sci-fi horror entry From on MGM Plus slips 5 places tonight. Hulu's historical drama Say Nothing pulls down 2 spots to number 8. And the crime drama Cross debuts at number 7 on Prime Video. Netflix's Ted Danson comedy A Man on the Inside premieres in at number 6. Political thriller The Diplomat on Netflix dips 2 places to 5th, while sci-fi drama Dune Prophecy on Max starts its run at 4th. Last week's top entry, Paramount Plus's spy thriller Special Ops Lioness steps down to 3rd. Action drama The Day of the Jackal takes over in the runner-up spot for Peacock, and Paramount Plus's drama Landman jumps up 6 positions to become your number 1 stream show.
Get close to your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. Wonder who that is, honey? Hugs with family. Get over here. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free? But iHeartRadio lets you build your very own radio station that plays nothing but the music you love. It's called Favorites Radio, and it's a collection of every song you've ever thought of. Hear a song you love on live radio, thumb it up, and it's added to your Favorites Radio station. Your song or listening to artist radio or a playlist, thumb it up, and add it to your Favorites Radio station too. That's all you have to do. Create a very own personalized station. It's easy, and the best part, Favorites Radio is free. Create your own private station or share it with friends to show off your great music taste. It's entirely up to you. All you do is thumb up the music you like and leave the list for your own Favorites Radio station featuring your live free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio, number 1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one. Love Christmas music. A little light photo, real warm and really cheer you up. But you're ready to take a peek outside the snow globe. KFI AM 640 right here to fill you in on everything. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. attached to it. Yes, Thanksgiving traffic is horrible. That much is fact. But the myth is that today, right now, specifically as the sun is recently gone down, that the Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, is the worst traffic day of not only the Thanksgiving weekend, but of the holiday season. That's a myth. There's actual data which proves otherwise. Saw this in the New York Times, and if anything, if you were listening to this show yesterday, you would know that even though it is anecdotal, our experiences validate what this said. Long story short, Wednesday today is not the most traffic of the year as far as the 45 is concerned. It's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. If you were listening yesterday, you knew that traffic turned our show upside down. And that is not exclusive to the 45. That was all the freeways. I didn't even see this report, this data. This didn't come out until today. But yes, we started off the show with it. It became just a running joke until it wasn't funny. We lost 2 more guests because of the traffic. So it's Tuesday and Monday to a lesser degree, which are filled with much more traffic, at least on the 405 freeway, than today, Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. Now, I can go into all the specific average daily traffic speed, miles per hour. It really doesn't matter. All I know is the traffic was far yesterday. That's enough for me. And I didn't even get anywhere near the 45 because it took me 2 hours to go 20 miles. And I was going from 10 to the 5. I even got up on surface streets at one point because it wasn't getting any better. Then I drove up to the 101. It was horrible to go 20 miles. It took 2 hours to go 20 miles on all freeways, not in the 45. You can only imagine what it was like going through this fast. If you've ever driven that, it's bad on any given day and any time that you're like going north on the 45, going over the hill, trying to get on, like I have just thinking about it because you might actually be in a rush, it might be an actual emergency. Let me digress for a second. We always talk about, are you prepared? We always say, are you ready for an emergency? And I keep trying to remind people, if you are an actual emergency, and you had to get from here to there during an emergency, let's say after an earthquake, and that's assuming that all the freeways are still physically intact. Rain and the holiday season shut down almost all of the freeways yesterday. It took 2 hours to go 20 miles. What do you think it's going to be after an earthquake, a major earthquake? It means you're not going to get it. But I was digressing. The traffic on the 45 is always going to be. But we've been led to believe that today is the worst day. And maybe it's not the worst day, but it's pretty damn bad. Probably. Tuesday, yesterday, yes, that was bad for everything, everywhere, everyone, all freeways. And let's say today is slightly better. I can't say this. I didn't take the 45, so I can't speak for the 45. But my judgment today was light years ahead of what it was yesterday. Maybe some of that had to do with the lack of rain. We had some rain yesterday, and that always impacts traffic in a way because people don't know how to drive. So it's like, oh my gosh, 6 trucks of water in my car, and they just start careening into one another. Well, they slow down to 4 miles an hour. It's one of the other stuff that can't get you to drive at safe speed. 4 miles an hour is not safe. Neither is 90 miles an hour in the rain. That's not safe either. But whenever it has extreme precipitation out there, we just don't know how to drive, and it makes the drive for everyone bad. But today was great. Got here, I'm 45 minutes. It was beautiful. Day before Thanksgiving was absolutely beautiful. Can't speak for any of you. And we're coming from the same area, but not at the same time. Walk around, he lives on the other side of hell. And Joel is just short of that, but in the same general vicinity. Yeah, kind of on the event horizon. We don't know the middle fingers were dispatched today on the way in. So that should tell you something. People are not as stressed out that they're not driving as erratically, dangerously, hopefully.
When we come back on the other side of this break, let's start the show asking the question, are you ready for Thanksgiving and for, for the purpose of eating and because you want to have a great meal, but are you ready for all the other stuff that comes along with Thanksgiving evening? Maybe it's family you don't want to see, maybe it's, children who are acting up, maybe it's because no one will leave you alone, maybe it's because someone wants to start a conversation about politics and no one to deal with it. Possibly, you might be one of the people who would plan to spend Thanksgiving ready for that is. I'll tell you what, on the other side, if I get to 20, the iHeartRadio app now on broadcast news. The Pentagon says it's looking into the appearance of a number of unidentified drones near three British air bases. Pentagon spokesman Major General Rabbi says the U.S. is working with its mission partners to figure out where the drones are from. Right now, the assessment is that these drones had no operational impact or safety impact on our personnel at any of these facilities. The drones were first seen over the bases near London. A man in Florida has been arrested on charges of first-degree murder for allegedly beating a man to death with his own golf clubs. The city of Palm Beach Gardens Police Chief Dominic Ames says they're trying to figure out the reason for the attack. Chief Ames says the 36-year-old attacked the 65-year-old golfer on the first hole of the Sand Hill Green Golf Club Monday afternoon and drowned him in a nearby pond. Police say it may have been a random attack. Southland weather from nearby clouds and fog tonight, lows around 50. Sunny Thanksgiving tomorrow, highs around 70. 50s in the AP.
No shit. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Nothing. Have you turned on desktop audio? Yo. Why is there no sound? Yo. This shit sucks. TikTok sucks so much fun. Play, it works. Close. That's, dude, I must have like a fucking million streams going at once. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8. Maybe that bitch hasn't registered yet.
Top of pop culture. To Adele and Ryan made ran for Las Vegas residencies for this year, but some big names are coming to the strip in 2025. New Kids on the Block are among the recent additions, announcing their first ever Vegas residency at Farmhead Jams to be live. Coming out for
New Kids on the Block. What kids?
16 dates are scheduled so far, running from June 20th to November 15th. As well as Sticks like Beyond their own Vegas run at the Venetian starting in late January. Janet Jackson, Brian Carey, the Eagles, Garth Brooks, Rod Stewart, Mary Manilow are among the artists whose Sin City stops continue into next year. Dates and ticket info for New Kids The Right Stuff residency, including VIP upgrades, are online at nkotv.com. That's what's poppin'. Yes, iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Apple TV Plus's sci-fi drama Silo repeats at number 10. Sci-fi horror entry From on MGM Plus slips 5 places tonight. Hulu's historical drama Say Nothing cools down 2 spots to number 8. And the crime drama Cross debuts at number 7 on Prime Video. Netflix's Ted Danson comedy A Man on the Inside premieres in at number 6.
What if Ted Danson gets a plane like this? I want Ted Danson's plane. Alright, this shit sucks. Everything about this is just the worst. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fucking things? What is this garbage?
To help Caring is Love provide more than 25,000 meals every week to kids in need in Southern California. There are 3 ways now. Donate online at KFIA640.com/BostonDog. Shop Wendy's. Vitals or donate via email at checkout. Go to any Wendy's restaurant in Southern California. Donate $5 or more. Donate $5 for Wendy's running. We're broadcasting live all day from the Anaheim Lighthouse on Giving Tuesday, December 3rd. Come on out. Any donation helps, and 100% goes to Cannabis Club to feed kids in need. Donate now at KFIA640.com/BostonDog. Thank you. There are some people who plan to spend Thanksgiving alone. I came across this Pew Research study about the percentages of people who spend Thanksgiving alone, or what other people plan to do. Are they planning to go to a big gathering, a small gathering, or something in between? Well, the majority of people will celebrate Thanksgiving tomorrow with other people, 74%. But surprisingly, 5% of people, so we're talking about 5 out of every 100, 5% of people said they will have their turkey solo, and 2%, 2 out of 100, said they weren't participating at all. Check this out, Mark. Some of the reasons for this work or travel. That's if you work in radio, you will miss the holidays, guaranteed, because prior to getting this show, I don't remember having any real holiday, with the exception of Christmas. That was a day which just about everyone had for the best of show. That's no secret. But for the most part, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day was here, King Holiday here, Thanksgiving, I might have dodged it on occasion. If anything, to find someone else to fill in, because if I was talking about Kelly Show, I was usually filling in for someone. And if I were filling in for someone earlier in the day, then it may not impact them. But I was filling in for Bill Hill or something like that. Just at the time, I got that one. But for the most part, late enough where we're even missing it. But no matter what, we still have people going to shoot for Saturday. Yeah, and I know that, if only because
ever before. In fact, I know I have. The worst was New Year's Eve. I was filling in for then Lieutenant Company Junior from 6 to 10 p.m. And then I was filling in, that was New Year's Eve, and then filling in for Gary and Shannon 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on New Year's Day. Now, those short turnaround times are the roughest ones. I didn't even go home. I had an air mattress in my then office, and I just slept in the office, and I was as nasty for the next show the next day. There's no authority to shower, but this is an exclusive gym here. We can't use it. Let us in there. We don't get a discount. Right, I was kind of thinking that a membership in that gym should come with our employment, but after this last couple of weeks or so, I think we're just lucky that our key cards still work. All things are true. And I always thought, I heard when I first started, I started around this time, 12 days ago was a joke, and then I started seeing you every single time I was training on different shows until I got to where you have now. It's been wildly because Morgan used to work here. She's the one that told me, and I'm like, okay. And then there you were all the time. But I can tell that now station management did not like me saying that on air because they were afraid or concerned that we'll ensure someone was there. They said, how is it he's working 12 days in a row? 12? You gotta be kidding me. I think I hold the record for consecutive days here. And it's no 12. It is multiples of 12. Well, look, this guy is that I'm proud of, and I'm more than happy to relinquish any title to anyone else because although I appreciated the work, I was the most miserable because I'm not getting any time. And it's during the holidays. There are things that other people were doing, like maybe buying presents or doing some housework where you catch up on stuff. That was the least amount of free time for me. But that's a story as far as why people may celebrate Thanksgiving alone. A Pew Research study said a third of Americans, about 34%, plan to have Thanksgiving dinner at their own home this year, and they're hosting others or dining alone. And then another 39% plan to go to someone else's home. That's what my family's doing, going over to my sister's house. But there's a small percentage, 3%, plan to go to a restaurant, hotel, or other public place to celebrate the occasion. Oh, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Thanksgiving doesn't mean the same thing to everyone. And I'm not saying that we need to sit down and give thanks, for the pilgrims and thanks for the family. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily always have the same number. It's just like the Christmas or holiday season. It can be painful memories. It can be a number of things which may come to mind during the holidays. Anything else, Mark? That's all. Although the number one activity during Thanksgiving is eating, which we all acknowledge, second to that is watching sports. That's all. Just give me my football games, my football.
Go. What the fuck?
That's your day drink. If it's Thanksgiving, dinner in my household, since we get something together, is never before 4:35. So by the time I finish dinner and get to an actual drink, because I'm not drinking with my meal, it's probably 6:30, so it's not day drink. The sun is down, it is dark outside, the football's on the TV. The judges won, so thank you very much. The 14th annual Get My Pasta Con is here. Chef Bruno's charity Caterers Club provides more than 25,000 meals every single week to kids in need right here in Southern California. But you can be part of that for the next 25,000, the next 25,000 in the weeks they're going to. You can donate your bid on exclusive KY auction items like the later with
Live? Yeah, for the bullshit.
And you can find out whether Mark Ronald's going to be an advert. I should put a price tag on that kind of fun now. And you will be sitting in the chair in the studio, which we broadcast all of our KFI shows. You just need to go to KFIAM640.com/PastaCon. You can make your bid there. You can bid up until Tuesday, December 3rd, which is next week. The date of the live broadcast until 9:45 p.m.
Dollar is fuck.
Probably let you know the last second to bid. You can smart find your store and donate any amount at check out. Any Guinness restaurant in Southern California, donate. If you donate $5 or more, you'll get a coupon book for $15. But again, I remind you, coming up on Tuesday, this is a group live in person, giving Tuesday at the Anaheim White House as part of the Pasta Fund 14th annual live all-day broadcast from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Come on out, you can see us in person, acting the fool and having some fun, but also, most importantly, raising money for Caterpillar's Club, but also raising pasta and sauce donations, and 100% of your donation goes to Caterpillar's Club. And I thank you in advance for your support, and I know you probably can't remember all of this, we'll tell you about it again during the show, but you can go right now to 858am640.com/PastaBond. You can bid on this item, co-hosting with me, here with Mo Kelly's show. You can do that right now, or you can do it later on tonight, but as long as you do it tonight, don't wait. Is there a minimum bid like on eBay? There is, which you won't be insulted later. There is, I just don't know what it is. And I say that because I was talking to producer Michelle and she was putting it up, and she said she could change things, and I don't know what she changed it to. There is a minimum bid.
No way this shit works. Amazing. Alright, I comply with that. Alright, close this shit. Alright.
It depends on which model you're
Yeah, take a
using,
whiz.
and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of previous models last year, they were quite sensitive to the prompts. They also had a very small context window. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you add, you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what you actually put in the prompt and when you have a limited space. And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused and some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call preempt, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You sort of you want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information which you don't have, for example, if you're making like designing a print magazine. You know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JSX in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine. In web design, it's like Chrome, and in our case, it's a preempt renderer, which then fits everything onto the page, and so you declaratively decide what you want, and then it figures out what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful, and I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to sit these small context windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it, and so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see, did my change actually improve it for like this entire event set?
Do you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor. Like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line because that's the one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities to like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract 1 for every line that is farther away, and then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit in the center around that thing.
That's amazing. Yeah. And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and re-ranking scores to add priority scores to these components.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX in the problem, or the whole idea is this should be loose and messy?
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And our job is to figure out how do we actually like retrieve the relevant things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Arvin of Perplexity. Is like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy as you want.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more of programmers, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more as be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the prompts.
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on your query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe if there are 5 or 6 possible generations given the uncertainty present in your query so far, why don't we just actually show you all of those and let you pick them?
How hard is it for the model to choose to talk back? Sort of versus that's hard to sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So I mean, one of the things we do is it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So and while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that like maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you? Because if you're making the API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that would be kind of cool. As both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt and there's before you even click enter, maybe we could help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like I think agents is like it's like it resembles sort of like a human. It's sort of like this. Like you can kind of feel that it's like you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really nice. Like I would love to have an agent. For example, if like we have a bug where you sometimes can't Command C and Command V inside our chat input box, and that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say like in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like there is often this belief that agents will take over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case, because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version, and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super, super quickly.
What about something like that recently came out, Replit Agent, that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think so. I think that would be really cool. For certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yeah, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that to an agent. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both back end and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the back end part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can then iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. And for me, the pain.
I know, it's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that feels, I don't know what it is, like 1 second or 2 seconds. That feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the diffs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies that we use. One interesting thing is cache forming. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of content, and you can know that before the user's done typing. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KV cache results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warm the cache with, like, let's say the current file contents. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill compute before starting the generation. This will significantly lower TTFT.
Can you explain how KV cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work,
I like it.
I mean, one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not just independently look at each token, but see previous tokens, are the keys and values to attention. And generally the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you've all the keys and values of all your previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model stores internally of all the previous tokens in the prompt. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of matrix multiplies that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you store the keys and values, and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored the last n tokens, if I now want to compute the output token for the n+1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed, which is the only kind of sequential part or sequentially dependent part of the transport.
Is there like higher level caching, like caching bombs or that kind of stuff?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for cursor tap is you can basically predict the head as if the user would have accepted the suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you've done a speculative, it's a mix of speculation and caching, right? Because you're speculating that what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have this value that is cached, this suggestion. And then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic / trick that uses a higher level caching and can give it feels fast despite there not actually being any changes in the model.
And if you can make the KV cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate even more. Maybe you can guess seriously 10 things that could be useful. Like you predict the next 10, and then like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you showed them. Maybe they type another character in, and we sort of hit something else in the cache. So there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher. There's these tacit T curves, and part of RL like what RL does is you can exploit this passive K phenomena to make many different predictions, and one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, or like which of the key things does the human want. So when we RL our cursor tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans. Like which of them do humans more like than other things. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and then you could give a reward to the things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it would like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful that exploit these passive K curves. Aman maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get away with the smaller model if you RL your smaller model that gets the same performance as the bigger one. That's like, and so I was mentioning stuff about KV, about reducing the size of your KV cache. There are other techniques there as well that are really helpful for speed. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-head attention. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then, with larger batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to first token prefill speed. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, it's for long context with large batch sizes, by how quickly you can read those cached keys and values. And so then that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress the size of these keys and values. So multi-query attention is the most aggressive use, where normally with multi-head attention, you use some number of quote-unquote attention heads and some number of kind of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one kind of key value head, and there's all the remaining query heads. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of there are fewer heads for the keys and values, but you're not reducing it to just one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're just reducing the size of your KV cache.
And then there is MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated. And the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded inference time.
But MLA is from this company called DeepSeek. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both MQA and in other places, what you're doing is you're sort of reducing the number of KV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different, like you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single token, so that when you can store only the smaller thing. It's some sort of like low rank reduction. And the low rank reduction was at the end of the time when you eventually want to compute the final thing. Remember that like your memory bound, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. And so if you can expand the latent vector back out, and somehow like this is far more efficient because just like you're reducing, like for example maybe like reducing like 32 or something, like the size of the vector that you can.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and
this shit
kind of match up versus compressing that all into one. In that interaction, at least.
Okay, and all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Trying to get
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger because you've less space allocated for the KV cache. You can make cache a lot more aggressively and a lot more things. So you get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time to first token for the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown in as it's generating the tokens, the speed of that.
Well, it also allows you to make your prompt bigger for certain.
Yeah. So the size of your KV cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts being processed in parallel. So you could increase either those dimensions, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
All right, you wrote a blog post, Shadow Workspace,
Yes.
iterating on code in the background.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background, and we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much of that, other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context that goes into your command key prompts, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation doing that. And so the idea of the Shadow Workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model, because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer, and so like O1 is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing. It exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language server per language, and it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then gives you an error, or it can allow you to go to definition and sort of understand the structure of your code. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linking purposes?
It's for linking, it's for doing the definition, and it's for like seeing the right that you're using.
Doing type checking.
Yes, type checking and getting into references. And that's like, when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in.
Can you say again how that's being used in purposes for language server protocol communication thing?
So it's being used in purposes for the programmer, but then the idea is you want to show that string information to the model. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in background. And so the idea behind this how it works was, okay, like, one way you can do this is we spawn a separate window of cursor that's hidden, and so you can set this flag and like kind of hidden. There is a window that you can also see, and inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder, and then can get feedback from the users and go to the commission and iterate.
So it's literally run everything in the background, as if, like, maybe being running code.
So that's the eventual version. Like what you want. A lot of the blog posts is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem. So that's
one maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on saving. And so basically you can then have the language model kind of hold the lock on saving to disk. And then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved to disk, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before, and these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get linter errors for, you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take back the lock from the language server if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool to be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to make something work locally in their machine. I think for the more aggressive things where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox remote environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, the point of it being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment with these remote sandbox.
I'm curious what kind of agents you want for coding. Do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like, what agents do you want?
So, by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for the practice this particular podcast is video editing, and a lot of, if you look in Adobe, a lot of there's code behind. It's very poorly documented code, but you could interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I do on YouTube, everything, as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, overdubbing, all of this. So I envision all of those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. But in terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of kind of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs
not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Not so finding bug finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding when just naively prompted to find a bug. They're incredibly poorly calibrated.
Even the smartest models.
Exactly. Even O1.
How do you explain that? Is there a good intuition?
I think these models are really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution, and I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower, but I don't think the loss in the scale is the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing it. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question answers. And these things exist in massive quantities in pre-training with all of the code on GitHub on the scale of many, many trillions of tokens, and questions and answers on things like Stack Overflow and maybe GitHub issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like, for example, the cursor tab objective of predicting the next edit, given the edits done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and then proposing fixes. And the models just kind of like really struggle with it. But I think it's a question of transferring the model, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to the cursor tab objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of kind of nudging in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being pre-trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on, right? It sort of has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which bugs are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like it's just sketchy trivial. It's the sketchy like you're gonna take the server down. It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is a staff engineer? The staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago like someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down, and as opposed to maybe it's like you just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like you're just trying to experiment and get the feel of the thing. And so the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment. That's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code in Postgres or Linux or whatever. Like your Linus Torvalds, it's sort of unacceptable to have even in edge case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum paranoia, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important, which is not. Like I think one of your principles on the website says if a code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that say this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps. Repeat it 10 times.
No, you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to, and that's quite profound. That says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person. I just forget how it can sink the Titanic, a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs in that region.
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage this can do.
Yeah, I mean it's controversial. Like some people think it's ugly.
Well, I actually think it's like in fact I actually think this is one of the things I learned from Arvid is like I sort of aesthetically I don't like it, but I think there's certainly something where like it's useful for the models and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down, just bring down the server. And, of course we like test a lot and whatever, but there's always these things that you have to be very careful.
Yeah, like with just normal doc strings, I think people will often just skim it when making a change and think, oh, I know how to do this. And you kind of really need to point it out to so it doesn't slip through.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you can do a lot of damage. It's like we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
You think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal verification for everything, then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have not introduced a bug if you prove that.
But concretely, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
Don't you think this gets at a little bit some of the stuff you were talking about earlier with the difficulty of specifying intent for what you want in software? Where sometimes it might be, because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then going to be really hard to prove that it's actually matching whatever your intent is.
Like you think that spec is hard to iterate?
Yeah, or just like for a given stack, maybe you can. I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like that's like, is that possible? I think that there's like more to dig into there. But then also,
even if you have the spec,
if you have the spec, how do you? If you have the spec, is the spec written in natural language?
Yeah, how do you map the
no,
spec?
the spec would be formal.
But how easy is that?
So then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easily well specified in the spec language.
I see. Yeah.
Maybe an argument against formal verification is all you need.
Yeah.
The worry is there's this massive doc.
Replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also evolve the spec languages to capture some of the things that they don't really capture. I don't know. I think it's very exciting.
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think entire code bases is harder, but that is what I would love to have. And I think it should be possible. And because you can even, there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verify down to the hardware. So like you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Verilog down to the hardware. And that's like incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system. And if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle side effects?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like calling the Stripe API?
Maybe Stripe would write a spec for
But like you can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do it for? If there's a language model. Like maybe like people will use language models as primitives in the program, right? And there's like a dependence on it. And like how do you now include that?
I think you might be able to prove that still.
Prove what about language models?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example. Or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's, if it's possible, it's your "I have a dream" speech. If it's possible, that will certainly help with making sure your code doesn't have bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all of human civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to just bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in here, but it was like it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs, like off by one errors. Like sometimes you write something in a comment and do it the other way. It's like very common. Like I do this. I write like less than in a comment and like I maybe write it greater or something like that. And the model is like, it looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it should be able to get shorter.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you. where you're going to, if the AI is building more and more of the system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find a bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. Is really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we have had a lot of contentious dinner discussions of how do you actually take bug models. But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug, and so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code, and then you can train a reverse bug model then that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example, but yeah, there are lots of ideas around it.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff through a debugger. There's whole other direction where it like kind of tends toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about, some nefarious input box bug, might be that sometimes you want to there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it. And you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
Have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across, like if I Googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly, there's a lot of confusing information, and Cursor generated perfectly. And I just sat back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct, I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. I want a button that goes, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, support what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send like a strong good job. That, and for bug finding, obviously, like there's a lot of people, that will pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Does that, you guys think about that? Yeah,
it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity, almost. I think it would be really cool if you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows in parentheses $1, and so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then of course there's a worry okay, we spent a lot of computation, maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that introducing money into the product makes it kind of, it doesn't feel as fun anymore. You have to think about money, and all you want to think about is the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out and you pay some fee every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not a
yes, but it still has that dollar symbol. I think it's fine, but I also see the point where maybe it will change.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it. When they have a fantastic example, they just kind of share it with their friends.
There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, honor system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, to the stuff we were talking about with error checking with the LSP and then also running the code, because you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug. Maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? How much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Can you do a loop where it runs the code, and suggest how to change the code if the code at runtime gives an error. Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like I know you can like do Control K inside the terminal to help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of chat command K kind of everything. We don't have the looping part yet. So we expect something like this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background's pretty cool. Like you can do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which how do you protect it from not modifying the database? But okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but you know, it certainly is. I think it's in Planet Scale. I don't know if Planet Scale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which is like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against the broad database, but you don't actually want to test against the broad database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. And the way they do that is to add a branch to the write-ahead log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. They have a database now, and I think like Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the write-ahead log, and so maybe the AI agents will use branching. We'll like test against them branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to like support branching or something.
It would be really interesting if you could branch a file system, right?
Yeah, I feel like everything needs branching.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's the problem with the multiverse, right? Like if you branch on everything, that's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space or CPU or.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why'd you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning? Hashtag.
AWS is just really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to work. Like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so horrible?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
the nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. It's just nature of winning. Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust. Like, it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay. Is there some interesting like challenges to you guys a pretty new startup to get scaling to like to so many people? And
yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. You run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like int overflows on our tables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index of your code base and answering questions about a code base that have continually, I feel like, been one of the trickier things to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You could sort of try to predict in advance, like there's always something weird that's going to happen when you add this extra zero. And you thought through everything, you didn't actually think through everything. But I think for that particular system, so what for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding, and we embed the code, and then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs, because we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server. Like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can sort of keep this hash, and then for every folder, you can sort of keep a hash for the hash of all of its children, and you can sort of recursively do that until the top. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the state between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead, both on the client side. I mean, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Cursor. But also, like, I mean, it would introduce like ginormous overhead in the database. I mean, it would sort of be reading this, tens of terabyte database, sort of approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. That's just kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. So what you do, you just try to reconcile the single hash, which is at the root of the project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. Maybe you look at the children and see if the hashes match. If the hashes don't match, go look at their children and so on. We only do that in the scenario where things don't match. And for most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
So it's a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a Merkle tree.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's just cool to see that you kind of have to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of like the reason it's gotten hard is just because like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really large code bases, to the point where we originally wrote a Dart code base, which is big. I mean, it's just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and has a ginormous number of files, and you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where like building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem. Which sort of independent of actually, so that as part of the scaling our current solution is also coming up with new ideas that obviously we're working on. But then scaling all of that in the last few months.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of costs is not storing things in the database. The database is actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in a company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe they're in a different branch with a few different files, or they've made a few local changes. And so, because, again, embedding to the bottleneck, you can do one clever trick and not have to worry about like the complexity of like dealing with branches and the other databases where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of a given chunk. And so this means that when the nth person at a company goes and embeds their code base, it's really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on our servers at all. No code database. You just store the vectors in the vector database and vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Like just out of curiosity, like what benefit do users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base. And you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X. But you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. As you ask the chat, you hit Command Enter to ask with the code base chat, and then very often it finds the right place that you're thinking of.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more and more powerful, where we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval. And I think the ceiling for that is really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here, have you considered, and why haven't you much done of local stuff to where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. To go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and the large code bases where a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. But do you consider doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that, and I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company, have big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest MacBook Pros.
Yeah.
So even if it's not even a matter of like, if you're just like a student or something, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do it and sort of scrape by, but like, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors and this massive code base is going to just speed up your memory and your CPU. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where as Arvid said, there are these massive headwinds against local models, where one things that seems to move towards MOEs, which like one benefit is maybe they're more memory bandwidth bound, which plays in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are just bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node but multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good MacBooks. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable things, and that's going to be really, really hard to run to almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want science?
And also with
I like how you're pitching me. Would you be satisfied with an inferior model? I'm one of those, but there's some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like really, there's a whole obviously open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually, because you want to resist the power centers that are growing.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and only you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attempts, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plain text, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're in a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption for language modeling.
Doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge we have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all of us increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome. But there's downsides, and that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks.
Yeah.
But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, where we're on like the low ASLs, which is Anthropic security or whatever, of the models. But as we get to like quote unquote ASL3, ASL4, or whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, both for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But that would be really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you're walking where on the one side like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like humans like. I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the AI models. You want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place. To these companies or to these models, and it also centralizes control. Where right now, for cloud, you can often use your own encryption keys, and it like AWS can't really do much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context. That's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, in Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You could probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing the context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of information in the prompt. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance of the context you include should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try there. Both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large. About can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself like understand a new corpus of information. And the most popular talked about version of this is can you make the context windows infinite? Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you can make it pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? You don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information in the weights of the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the in-context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can do that a lot better. Like one interesting proof of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork, and VS Code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code, They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned in LHF to be able to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about the S code, sometimes it'll hallucinate, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think like this is just it happens to be okay. But what if you could actually like specifically train or post-train a model such that it really was built to understand this code base? It's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like, do you want the model to be the thing that end to end is doing everything, i.e. it's doing the retrieval and its internals and then kind of answering the question, creating the code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier model, where maybe you'll get some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months, and then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little more to the post-training a model to understand the code base? Like, what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all of them and being empirical about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the S code and these frontier models. So let's like continue pre-training, kind of continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just with instruction fine-tuning, you have like a normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code, but you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what you kind of hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. kind of having the model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you can take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have a model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction fine-tuning data points. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions without that code base.
Let me ask you about OpenAI 01. What do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of your model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on downstream benchmarks, and just general performance when you use it for coding or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this regime. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time flops that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of flops used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just had to literally train a bigger model that always used that many more flops, but now we could perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer at the quality of a much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion parameter model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute, train the model that costs that much, and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful. When instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% of queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want max intelligence.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? Is that possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use a small model, and when you need the 01?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model routing problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like kind of initial implementations like this for something like Cursor Cat. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 Sonnet to 01, it's a bit trickier. There's also questions like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 1-level model. It's really unclear.
But you mentioned so there's a pre-training process and there's post-training and there's like test time compute. Is that fair to sort of separate? Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time to compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs and maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process reward models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like the compute spent for getting test time compute to work for a model is going to dwarf pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using just like chain of thought, RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
It's fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model.
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train a process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models and outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing. You've done everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the chain of thought. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is tree search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths of this chain of thought, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch that you're taking.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome at the very end. So like you have a good model knowing which branch to take. So not just this in the short term, like in the long term.
Yeah. And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been open sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, because I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do tree search and code.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user. And they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of their model. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the steps of models how to get to the final result.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this, with some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for all the tokens that they're generating. and also log probabilities of prompt tokens. And some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden train of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models you control. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1, I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available on Cursor because when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are going to be interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way yet. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into an editor, into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like now the use case. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations, like even like barring capabilities, it does not stream. And that means it's really, really painful to use for things where you want to supervise the output. And instead you're just waiting for the wall of text to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test-time computed search, where it's just like a very, very much a V0. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models of pre-training and finding tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean Cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's time to shut down Cursor.
Time to shut down Cursor. So is it time to shut down Cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think, over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think most of the additional value from Cursor versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the kind of depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of the product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to the technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there's 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? So there's normal data, like non-synthetic data, which is just data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it'll be from humans having done things. So from some human process you get this data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model kind of output tokens or probability distributions over tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net, like, more capable model than the original one that has produced the tokens. But it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high latency model, and then distill that down into some smaller task specific model. The second kind is when like one direction of the problem is easier than the other. And so a great example of this is bug detection, like we mentioned earlier, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably the case for humans too. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not training that much data, that's not that smart, to introduce code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train a model. I think the last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that the other big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So, like, extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level and it's a bunch of monkeys typing in typewriters. Like, you can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level language. And I mean, this is the case, like, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an okay model generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that have actually proved the training further. There's similar things you can do for code with leak code like problems, where if you have synthetic tests that correspond to if something passes these tests, it is actually a solved problem. You can do the same thing where we verify that it's passed the test and then train the model the outputs that have passed the test. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like, having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended miscellaneous tasks to give the model, or more like long horizon tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not as optimistic as Arvid. But yeah. So that third category requires having a verifier.
Yeah. Verification it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and like then it wouldn't be like using a language model to verify. It would be using tests or formal systems,
or running the thing too, doing like the human form of verification where you just do manual quality control.
Yeah.
So like the linear file version of that, where it's like running the thing that actually understands the output.
Yeah, no, that's
sort of somewhere between.
Yeah, I think that's the category that is most likely to result in that.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance on the models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you collected from humans to make feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for this kind of task that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, like, this is actually kind of it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually a decent bit easier than generation. Because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and improve the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model has a much easier time verifying some solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of recursive. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of RLAIF and RLHF, where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case with Rothschild, at picking between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging, with only like on the order of 50, 100 examples, to like kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF for usually models.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to like if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much easier to verify than actually proving it.
I wonder if the same thing would prove P 90% P or P equals NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever Fields medal by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
Yeah. I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what like a good bet for one AI will get the Fields medal will be. I actually don't have
Mon specialty.
I don't know what a monster is.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields medal?
Fields medal.
Fields medal level.
Fields medal needs to solve.
Fields medal comes first. Well, you would say that, of course.
It's also this like isolated system,
No. Like I don't even know if I
don't need to do.
I feel like I have much more to do. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of theorem proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really hard coding problems.
So you think it would be Fields medal first? It won't be like in physics or in.
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably likely. Like it's probably much more likely that they'll get it. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like GSD, which is a bird exponential biology vector, or like any of these like hard math problems. It's actually really hard. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even the solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
And you don't buy the idea that this is like an isolated system. You have a good reward system, and it feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields medal before API.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Fields medal.
Fields medal.
All right. It feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
It was interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And then Chinchilla showed a more correct version. And then from then, people have again kind of deviated from doing the compute optimal thing because people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really well, given an inference budget. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters and data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much cheaper and faster and super long context. And even if maybe it has 10x more scaling properties during training, you need to spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities. It's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum. And it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance.
Raw intelligence.
And raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is, I'm particularly bullish on this situation. Like, how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap models, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shift out of 70 models on way more tokens than right, but if you really care about it, maybe the thing to do is what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the scale divergence with the distribution of Gamma 2070, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this, I don't know, smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model, smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that you're training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall. Where like you only have so much data to train on. Let's like train this really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it into a smaller one, and maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally if we trained it.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and the RLHF?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to the large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Just spending a lot of disbelief and assuming like you had the know-how. And operate, or if you're saying like you have to operate with like the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained.
Mm-hmm.
If we look in how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you call raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of tune whether you want to pre-train a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things? And
like, I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that we're sort of idea limited, but there's always like.
But if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of experiments.
So you would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas that we have.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, you know, all the data you can collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble? Like, there aren't that many people in the world who really make the difference here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like pure, really, really hard engineering work. As like a very kind of hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, you know, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts that are embedded in the literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe CUDA kernels, maybe whatever else, I don't know if they ran on GPUs or TPUs originally, such that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting no engineer to go in and do all this code, right? And Noam is like probably one of the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation of models, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like, you know, thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to, like, you know, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture they dreamed up that is like getting 50-40% utilization of the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit. Where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to a GPT-4 0.25 scale, and you just keep scaling, and like things keep getting better. And as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything is working, and you just sort of bang on it and try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas for it. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, you probably want to spend some, then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to AGI. And all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how, big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think the nature of programming changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmer's in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast when you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about, latency. But then a big piece of the reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in the text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with a thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually abdicating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and just all the other things involved in a system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you view a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of a code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed and the human in the driver's seat, we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style, if you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about like the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, like young people right now, kind of scared, like thinking because they like love programming, but they're scared about like, will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. Like, we remember what programming was like in, 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate and, looking up something really gnarly. And, that stuff still exists. It's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. It's like we're really getting down to the delight, concentration, and all the things that really draw people to programming. Like, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed, and also individual control. Like, all those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be less a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun.
What do you guys think?
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was, like, we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to a context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like, what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much, much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like, how are we going to do this, because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually exactly what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about, it feels like a lot of the time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like, you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting into code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just speaking to generating the boilerplate is great. So you just focus on the difficult design, nuanced, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like, it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one programming language to another, or like translate, like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So I mean, the fear has to do with like, okay, as these models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions, and is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in the design space of natural language, where natural language is the main programming language. And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like, if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do they, you guys started in Java, and I forget some PHP.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's just going to eat the world. Maybe a little bit of PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like, there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that expands. The kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers
are the ones that really love just like